Oh shit, boys. What's up? Wave emoji. Let's see if the restream chat works for longer than 5 seconds this time. So, as I wait for my G Fuel to arrive... Wait. I actually need... How am I going to do this? I can't actually access the chat from my app. My chat app. What's up, Connor? So, I don't actually know how I'm going to handle seeing it. Three seconds. I don't know what that means. But okay. Oh, because I said 5 seconds earlier. Well, I guess this means... What does this mean? I guess I just have to keep OBS open in my left monitor. So every time I alt-tab, you guys are going to get that. So hopefully that's not annoying. Because I can't see the chat otherwise, so... Well, I guess I could open every single chat individually, which might be a safer option anyway. So anyway, yeah, I don't have G Fuel, so I'm drinking some super coffee instead. Alright, so this is Veteran 01. I haven't looked at this map in a while. I've already made some changes to it a couple days ago, 2 days ago, I think. I pushed the minerals up so that the distance was a little bit more reasonable to the geyser. But I think I'm going to be doing some more sweeping changes to this area. Excuse me, to this area. For one, it has the same kind of problem that I was pointing out to Veek when I was sort of looking at his map the last 2 days, where a lot of the pathways are, they don't really allow for a lot of maneuverability. I tried to add a bunch of interactivity to the side areas, if you will, by having stuff like this in the bottom left, where you get like these 2 ramps, and then obviously like this area, and then up here the mineral only up there. But ultimately the map is just too cramped right now. Like this mineral only right here, I should probably just inject these minerals into this mineral only down here, because there's not really much of a point to having 2 mineral onlys. So that means that this should just move down there. I think the reason why I was doing that was because I wanted Chestnut to have more expansion opportunities, because I wanted Orange to take that base. But I think it's fine to have a little bit less in terms of expansions and rely a bit more on like forcing the AI and all the players in general to like fight for money and fight for advantages. It's just that on a small map like this, when you secure a single advantage by taking somebody's expansion, that may result in you no longer having much of a delay between that action, that success, and then winning outright. So that is a concern. It's like, you know, is there really a comeback potential once an AI or any player loses a base, that is like a forward base? I'm not sure. So that is it increases the likelihood of something like that happening, where the player achieves, like say player A achieves something by taking an expansion from player B, and then they set up shop there. It's like, at least when you're fighting against the AI, in this case, the Zerg creep is going to stop you from building stuff. So that kind of buttresses it, where you can't immediately take advantage of the resources that they were mining. So we have that as an advantage for the Zerg. They have a little bit of time to recoup their losses and rally their forces and smash. But I think in general there needs to be attention paid to the layout of the expansions. I probably need to cull some of the mineral onlys, like the top left and the top middle need to be removed, I think. And I think this one serves an interesting purpose, because it allows me to, you know, the player 1 can pick between this spot up here and this low mineral but gas spot over there. It's like this one, I think, is like low gas. Yeah, it's 766. This one's 475. So I guess what I'll probably end up doing is I'll inject more gas into this and slightly more minerals. And then this one I'll probably keep, well, I'll inject slightly more gas, but not much. I think the resource counts need to be raised for pretty much every expansion. But you know, that is what it is. Now, the other thing that I wanted to do at some point is I actually want to swap the player spawns. So what I want to do is I want to take Raynor and put him on the high ground. I think the reason why I wanted to do that was because his early aggression is going to pair better with that setup. Like, he can affect more of the map from that position, and he's all about early aggression. But I remember thinking that that was not necessarily the greatest, because he's going to be going mostly marine. So like, he should have more minerals at his disposal. He's going to take expansions with more minerals. But the Magistrate is going to be not more, like, I guess more vehicle focused, but will definitely be doing like tanks and stuff. So I'm not actually sure how that's going to go down. Maybe I'll decide to keep them in the positions that they are in, because I feel like they're similar enough that it won't matter too much. Maybe it was the number of expansions provided to each player. It's like very clearly favoring Raynor right now, where he's got a mineral only and 2 mineral plus gas expansions to take to the left. And while, yeah, you could probably argue that one of those is supposed to be for Randall in the middle, the Magistrate down here only has 1 and then has to contest with Arak. So I'm not really sure how that'll go out, like how that'll play out. I feel like
it is natural to die.
it should work the way it is without me having to change their positions. Like, I don't see why it wouldn't work. Hold on, I'm just grabbing my chats so I can finally minimize them. OBS. Well, there are way more minerals in the Magistrate's base, so I believe that was my reasoning. Alright. Honestly, without going back and listening to whatever log I talked about that idea in, I don't even know when it was, but without going back to that, I'm not going to remember, so. Alright. Pretty much I just have to figure out what exactly it is I want to do with any of these areas right now. Like, I was thinking of opening this area up, this high ground area up, and actually adding, like, opening it up to be more, like, paved over and all that stuff. Which obviously means I gotta get rid of some doodads. Which is just as well. I've also gotta clearly, I've got to get rid of some unsavory tiles. Where are they? Oh, you know what? This... I could also make this structure for some visual variety. I think the biggest challenge there is going to be... no, I think that can still work. Because the ramps for structure are much smaller, so... Like, much thinner or whatever, so... We'll just have, like, something like this. Problem is, if it's going to be structure, it should probably be square. In that sense. I think we can get rid of those doodads as well. The stuff that anchored them to the scene is no longer there, so... Alright, let me find the structure then. Okay, so that's the wrong set of structure. I need the one above it. Here we go. Okay. Where are the doodads at? Oh, they're up here. I don't think there is any low structure on this map anyway, so this is like everything else. There's high structure, but not structure, you know? It's a little strange. Okay. Definitely need more variety in the asphalt tiles. One of these days, I really just have to like pick a time and just start fucking making a huge amount of tile variety. It's gotta happen. Also, a good thing about this, so one of the things that I'm gonna focus on when I'm going over the map here today that we have at our disposal is I'm going to be talking a lot about like first impressions, the stuff that you need to consider or should be considering when it comes to really like setting the stage for what the rest of the campaign is going to be, right? What the remainder of the experience is. I don't really have to worry about that as much for a variety of reasons, most of which are related to the fact that I'm targeting a higher skilled group of individuals, and so I don't have to worry about like teaching them how the game works or anything like that. I just have to remind them of what it is to like play high-skill Starcraft, where you have to expand and you actually have to engage with all the mechanics. It doesn't even necessarily have to be that high skill in theory, but you have to engage with the mechanics. That's like an important aspect of it. What's up, Head High? I actually have I've gotten it to the point where it just needs a lot of testing and a lot of like art to be created for it. And so that stuff is stuff that I can do. I can at least do the art on stream at some point later, but I don't want to do the testing until later on. And once I'm done with, basically, I think I've decided that my design pattern will be like jockeying back and forth between Hydra and Inconsummate, at least for the foreseeable future. So today I'm working on Veterano 1, and all this week I'll probably be working on this map. While I, off camera, like off stream, I test Inconsummate's map and then keep working on that. And then at some point I will jump over to the second map, which will be mostly when I'm like doing the layout, right? Because that map I don't have like a basic idea of what I want, really. I mean, I have a conceptual idea, but I don't really have I don't have a really like an outline or anything like that that's actually done in a map form, whereas I did for the first map. So yeah, probably next week I'll be back to working on that project. But I just have to find time between my streams and my work to test Inconsummate's map, get some notes down for what needs to be done and all that. So there will be time for that. I know just in this month I've jockeyed between 3 different projects already, right? With my Total Deer installation map, my Inconsummate map, and Hydra. 4 maps in total because of working on the Zerg map and then now this map. But part of that is just because variety is the spice of life, you know? But certainly another part of it is I can't immediately make progress on those maps. Or I couldn't immediately make meaningful progress on like testing gameplay ideas out and all that. So where the hell are there extended ramps for this? Good luck sifting through this tile set if you don't know where something is. Holy moly. Oh, found them. Excellent. Should work. I mean, the main problem with this is that it's not even. I guess I can fix that by pulling this out one tile. But that Inconsummate map is shaping up to be one of my better works, I think. Based on the fact that, like, just the way that the AI is working. Well, I don't really know 100% how it's working right now, but it's looking pretty good so far on an outline phase. So definitely happy with how that is going. All right. So I do need to go back down to where the extended tiles were, and I need to pick. Nice. Okay. So I've got those. I didn't think about this until it was too late. But I'm gonna have to shrink this. so that I can fit the reverse ramps. It's a pretty big size reduction, but you can still fit some stuff up here, so. For some reason, coloring does not work for you. What coloring are you, like, what keywords are you talking about? Like attack, add, choose, stuff like that? Because I know that attack, add, choose, town, state, that stuff definitely works for me. So what I can do is I can go into my language. Find your language. Word list. Yeah. Well, they're definitely in here, so I'll re-export this. Say... Maybe because I was exporting it and saving over something else that may have had something to do with it. Did I change the thumbnail for today's stream? I'm not sure that I did, but I'll do it now anyway. And then I'll DM you this and you can tell me if this works. And if that one does work, I'll replace it in the Mega folder. I should also close all this stuff and then upload the session here. I don't know that I'll get started on too much AI stuff today, but we're going to be spending a lot of time working on the layout, so time will tell. Oh, I just realized I fucked up. Okay, cool. I didn't fuck it up. Yeah, you can still get some pretty good what's it called? Some pretty good amount of structures placed there, I think, so that shouldn't be too bad. And I won't place much, if any, in the form of building blocker doodads. I actually think I should probably... I like that this approach to the Terran base is fairly open, but I was also thinking I should get rid of some of the building blocker areas. I think, for example, though, I should... yeah, well, I think, for example, this doesn't really serve much of a purpose anymore. I mean, the purpose is to fuck with the player's ability to build, I guess. Actually, I think I can just move this doodad over there. Then there's like a nice open area for you to build in. Obviously, I'll add some decoration later, but I'll keep that mostly buildable. This has been triggering me for a while. Trying to clear some more space. My thought process on buildable blocks. Well, when I was first starting out making Hydra maps, if you trace it all the way back to my work in the remaster with Hydra 1.0, what you'll probably find is a lot of maps where build space comes at a premium, where the AI generally tends to have fairly open bases, because at the time we didn't have base layout. We didn't have the ability to get the AI to do much of anything. But more neutral areas would also have some open areas to build, generally speaking. AIs would also have a pretty... like, most of their stuff would be pre-placed. Like, most of their town would be pre-placed. Like... I think it's worth opening up the old maps, actually, to make sure that we're all talking about the same stuff. Where is it? It should be in here. So I want to pick, like, a fairly out there map. Just like default, it's probably fine. So in this case, like, most of the stuff, you can see that the AI have a huge amount of pre-placed stuff. Over here, they're not even going to take advantage of this base. In this case, the AI are straight up just stopping you from being able to build there, right? Then over here, you've got a ton of pre-placed shit for brown, for sienna, and then white down here has a ton of pre-placed shit. And this stuff is like set up for a trigger later on, where they land and start building, which was thematic at the time, certainly advanced, but not very... Oops. Tabbed over. Yeah, the same thing over here with the base over there that they're just occupying for no reason, right? But the AI, like if you look at the actual areas of the map that the AI have to build, this is actually an okay example because Scarlet has to build not from scratch, but enough from scratch that it doesn't... It stops them from, like, it's not like they have everything pre-placed for them, is what I mean. So over here they land, and they start setting up shop. And at the time, this was very much like the first time this had ever been done in StarCraft, is have an AI that lands and starts to build stuff. I mean, StarCraft hadn't even seen AI actually expand in campaigns before, unless they were using Zerg Campaign Insane or something, which they didn't even need the expansions anyway. So when you see stuff like this happening in a campaign, especially in a remastered campaign, like, obviously it was cutting edge at the time, but I'm looking to make something that's obviously more than just a tech demo, a representation of what you can do within the engine at that time. I'm looking to do something now that's going to have lasting impact. That isn't just going to be, oh, for its time, it was great, you know, because that's the same kind of excuse a lot of people give for all sorts of things, like the original campaigns, and like Half-Life, and like all these other games that I've played that have just not held up in any capacity. It's like they got you while you were young, so you feel like, oh, there's some value in that experience. But it's all, the value is all subjective. It's not something that the project just exudes by itself. So the way that we evolve from this is we see, okay, well, the maps, even though they have a lot of pre-placed stuff, at least there's some open areas for you to build once you take it from the AI. But generally, not a whole lot of build space for the players. So if we go to the very next map in that campaign series, is one of those areas where I definitely overshot the whole build space argument. There's almost no build space in this map. That's safe because of all the pre-placed Zerg. It would be one thing if they built up, you know, they pushed you and your control of the area receded, but there's so much shit that's pre-placed on this map. I mean, there's 888 units at the start of the map, which is more than half of what you're actually able to build in the game before you hit CCMU. This map would never hit CCMU because a lot of those units would die, because a lot of those units are like Terrans and some of the underlying Zerg stuff. But the fact that you're even at that level is ridiculous, right? For starting out the map with 800 plus units, almost 900 units. So, like, even once the early action subsides, you're probably still looking at like 700 something units. And that's just what's here. So, not only is there not a whole lot of build space in general because of all the doodads and all of the decoration, which admittedly made the map look polished in a sense, right? But it came at the cost of gameplay. It came at the cost of you being able to actually build around and do stuff. And then on top of that, you have all the Zerg that are pre-placed in specific areas with the intent to fuck with you, with the intent of stopping you from being able to build safely. Particularly Orange was in a position that was very difficult for you to attack into. And I could have changed this. I could have made it so that there was a reverse ramp over here, or changed the terrain in some way, so that you had access to something else like that. Like, there's reverse ramps that I've done here, right? I've implemented here. There's all sorts of stuff that I've implemented for custom ramps. And yet I felt that like I deliberately designed this area so that it would be difficult for you to attack into the Zerg base. And so they get Guardians and they start throwing shit at you. And they attack you from like basically their mineral line. So there's not a whole lot of fairness, I guess, is the best way to put it. The level of fairness is lacking. And that extends to the build space and the control that you have at the beginning of the map. And so one of the things that I've obviously addressed by making all of the AI start out relatively close to scratch is I've made it so that they don't have access to everything, and so there's not a huge amount of control that they have that stops you from having control or agency in the early game. that is definitely something that I did just by virtue of just making the decision that you're going to start almost close to melee status. So that's fine. But one of the things that I didn't actively try to solve going into this experience was I didn't try to figure out what was missing from the level design aspect of the original Hydra maps. I mean, I did insofar as I made a lot more pathways and more space to maneuver around players and their spheres of influence, and try to design it so that players weren't in corners or up against borders as much. And that was good, because that resulted in the ability for more interesting engagements to happen, and for AI to challenge more other enemies, and like players to be able to access each other even if they were on opposite ends of the map. You know, Stormborn, I think, is a really good example of where that design decision sort of culminated in. But even Stormborn had the build space problem, and the build space problem is simply that it takes a bit more practice than maybe it should intuitively to figure out where you can build for a viable base, like how you can lay out your base in a viable sense. Now, I have the luxury of being able to tell the AI to you know, place their shit in a very specific manner, and so, you know, that's obviously got some edge case flaws where if you destroy something, like say you're cheesing an AI and they're always building their Hydralisk Den in the same spot, you can always kill the Hydralisk Den, and that like stops them from, like, they don't build it in a safer spot. This happened in Terrano 2 a while ago, Desperate Alliance, where that kept happening because one AI was attacking them and they had like 3 Marines in there and they killed the Hydralisk Den like twice. So I ended up making a backup spot for them. But ultimately, like, it just results in you, what's the term, like, it results in the AI having prescribed knowledge of what the map actually is. And so because they already know where they're going to set up their base, and I vaguely understand, like, I estimate that the AI's base layouts are going to be functional, and because I do AI for all players, including what would be the player 1 and player 2 human players, I have some knowledge of what a functional base layout looks like, because I've tested the AI several times and I've seen, like, all right, this AI doesn't have like insane dysfunctions, right? So I made the map and I made AI that make use of all of the map features with regards to their base layouts. And so these are aspects that make it so that I am definitely going to know more about how to handle base layouts from a player's perspective than your average player that boots it up. And so that was a double whammy, where because I did both the AI and base layouting stuff and the actual map design itself and placement of blockers, I was then able to like sidestep or fast track the learning experience of actually building stuff in the right order or in the right place. And most players don't have access to that information, right? And so intuitively, I knew based on rote memorization, but you should be able to intuit based on feel, based on how the map is laid out, where you're supposed to build your supply structures, your farms, where you're supposed to build your production, and, you know, where a good place for tech is and where a good place for static defense is. Like, that should not be an arcane problem to solve. It's just that once those assets are in place, be they defenses or production or whatever, the more interesting thing is what you do with those assets, right? And, you know, if there is an area where you're not allowed to build a lot of stuff, like if I cleaned up all of this rocky ground to the left of player 1, they'd have tons of space for mass barracks and tons of supply depots. But I want them to have to fight for control of another part of the map in order to secure enough of those. And so that's where it comes into play that you end up seeing stuff like this area being opened up so that there's like at least a little bit of a give and take. They don't have to fight for control just to build their basic stuff. But then over here, if they want to take this area to build a ton of racks, then they can do that, but they have to worry about that being further away from their main source of power over here. And so if that gets picked off, then that's something that they've got to deal with. Similar to most of the players have that same conundrum where, like, yeah, you can build most of the stuff that you need for the early game in this high ground area. And I'm going to try to open it up a little bit as well because it is a little compact. But even so, if the Magistrate player, the player 2, really wants to build a ton of factories or whatever and then slam out a bunch of units, then they're going to need to secure some more area of the map. Like, I'm going to clean up the crevices over here and move around some of those rock doodads so that they can do that. But that just also makes the Arak Zerg over here a bit more deadly, because then they can, like, sunken push a little bit easier. And so the Zerg, like there's a give and take there, I guess. So to really sum everything that I just talked about up, my thought process is just like any other part of the map, any other asset that the map holds for players, there needs to be some understanding of what the player is giving up when they send resources in the form of units to secure a certain area. And build space is an asset. Build space is a resource that they can secure. And so you have to make that worthwhile. But you also have to give players enough understanding. It's like I draw a corollary to resources here, like an expansion. You don't want to have expansions be too far away from the player's main. But you can get away with putting them further than you could otherwise if the player has a lot of resources in their starting location, right? So if I have a lot of starting base area, build space, in their main, what you can do is you can take those and say, all right, well, I've got a lot of build space in my main. And then you can say, I'm going to reduce the amount of build space you would have in your natural or your third or in other parts of the map. And then the player has to be choosy with where their expansions go, and they've got to be compact in that sense, but they have more space in their main. That's what most melee maps do. But then you can do the inverse as well and make it so that there's very limited build space in the main, but a lot of build space in expansions, and so the premium becomes, I got to take those expansions. You could even combine these two things and say, a lot of resources in the main, but low build space, and low resources in the expansions, but high build space. You could do some gradient like that. There's tons of things that you could do. And what it comes down to is, like, making sure that it's intuitive, you know, what the player's in need of as soon as they start out. So, you know, I've talked about, like, starting assets. You don't want to have to spend the first 2 minutes of your map, like, running around trying to figure out exactly, like, moving your screen everywhere, trying to figure out what you have access to and what your allies have access to. Like, that's one of the benefits of starting out with such a small scale. And I think that's important. Now, when you take a step away from that and say, okay, I've got my starting assets, now what do I need to do? Obviously, one of those is, like, mine, build workers, get upgrades, get tech, get production structures, get supplies. Yeah, that's all stuff that you need to do, but you also need to figure out what you're in need of in your main. Do I need gas? Do I need more workers? I mean, more mineral fields, right? That would be, I need to go hunt for an expansion, but do I need more build space? That's another thing that you might need. And so that's one of those things where the player should just be able to immediately see that they don't have that much build space and then be encouraged to scout around and find more. So, there you go. My giant rant on build space. So, Bikeware, looks like AI mines mescalloid minerals. I thought I would need some insane workarounds for that. Now I need to give them a different color and remove Town Hall Abstraction. Obviously, they shouldn't regenerate and shouldn't be infinite. Yeah. I'm surprised you managed to get AI to mine them. I think mining, like, depots are fine. Resource deposits, those tend to be fine. It's just that when you get to the point where you have new workers or new anything else, the AI really shuts down. But they're mining new depots is fine, apparently. Pour myself some water. I think Mescalloid could be even upgraded more so that it has both minerals and gas in the mineral fields, but that would require a lot more code. So it's like if you destroy a Stargate, you get a deposit that has 150 minerals and 150 gas, and each harvest drains 4 of each resource, right? So, could be interesting. Okay. Anyway, speaking of build space, I do need to do what I said earlier. Wow-wee. Yep. I can't wait for you to start working with custom tiles and stuff. Manually placing everything like a lunatic like me. Good fucking luck. So... what else we got here? I have to edit my tile set later on. Gonna have to grab some more music in a second as well. Let's do that now. I added a mineral. Oh yeah, over here. That was a while ago though. I'm not sure if I'm going to remove it. What I was thinking is I should inject a lot of these resources into the other expansions. Yeah, Mescalite could be a switch. I could see that working. What's up, Ultralisks? What's up, Don? Well, in Consummate 1 is something that I can't produce. I can't make any more work on until I do a lot of testing. And I'm not going to do testing publicly. So tomorrow and the day after, I'll be spending a fair bit of time working on testing that. But that's going to be obviously off stream. And that'll be like after my mod streams and after my Dynamo streams. Right now I'm editing Veterano 1. I felt like I wanted to make a Terran map for some reason. I really wanted to update this one and see what up. But we finished Wolfenstein 3D, including the Spear of Destiny. And then we are going to be playing Doom 1 next. I think it's Doom 1, Doom 2, and then I think after that it's Duke Nukem 3D and then Quake. I don't remember we're trying to play them chronologically. Dynamo would know, but he's not in my back pocket, so I can't just demand that he heed my call. Alright, so this is going nowhere. That's out. New Doom is pretty bad for actually trying to play a game because every single time you are getting into a groove, you break it up and destroy the pacing with those QTEs. QTEs don't belong in video games. QTEs are basically an admission that developers don't know how to design a gameplay loop, especially if they're very persistent and pernicious throughout the entire project. But the other thing that they admit is if they're used sparingly, it means that they don't know how to actually keep things consistent. So, like, the problem with QTEs is that they're literally just call and response. There's not really any gameplay associated with them. In Doom, it's a little bit better than most other QTE sections. I get, like, on paper, it still feels terrible to break up the pacing with really long animations when you're trying to be like a Twitch shooter, like the old shooters were. I mean, it's called fucking Doom. You'd think it would be like that, but it's not. And so the biggest issue with them, it ends up being that you have a situation where, like, most QTEs end up being there just as like filler content. Like the God of War series has a lot of QTEs, and it's just, or button mashing, and it's just like, oh, mash this button to open a door or whatever, and it's just there to waste your time. Like, if you just opened the door when you walked up to it, if the door opened automatically when it sensed your presence, or whatever, or you just pressed X on it or something and it opened, that would be much better, because then you'd be in a situation where it wouldn't be just a time filler, a time waster. It's like the Batman Arkham Asylum, or Arkham games in general, where you have to open a vent by button mashing. It's just there to pad time. It's not there to actually add gameplay value. Like, the one argument you can make in favor of the Arkham thing is, like, if you're trying to pop open the vent and it takes some time, but that could still be an animation in the middle, like, without you having to button mash. It would still be dumb because it's a long animation, and it would waste your time more often than not, because there wouldn't be any enemies nearby to shoot at you or whatever while you're trying to pop open the vent. But it's just so dumb that you have to button mash in that particular instance. Now with Doom, there's some element of strategy where you reduce somebody's health to 0, or you get them to the point where you can QTE them, and then you, like, decide when you're going to hit the QTE, because it's an iframe. It makes you invincible for the duration of the animation. Or it's supposed to. I think there's some hilarious bugs where it doesn't. But it's just dumb. that you would have a situation where that would be a thing for you to do. It's just dumb that you would have a situation where you'd be breaking up the pacing, and the strategy ends up just being like QTE, quick time event. So, a quick time event is like, you press a button in this time, in a certain amount of, like, there's a timer on when you can push a button, and then you get a result, right? And it's usually something that's completely outside of the normal gameplay loop. In this case, it's killing enemies. But if you wanted to give resources to the player, like health or whatever, you could do that without QTEing. You could do that without it being, it requiring a QTE. You could just give them health when you killed an enemy. And you could even make it more consistent that way. Because if you remember, one of my biggest criticisms of Half-Life 2 was that, like, boxes would pop open and give you health if you needed health, or ammo if you needed ammo. Like, it would sense what resources you were low on and automatically give you that stuff. Or maybe that was Left 4 Dead. I know Left 4 Dead also did that, but I don't remember if Half-Life 2 actually did that. But that's a criticism that I have of that general idea. Is like, it's adaptive. It's basically saying, like, it's taking consistency and throwing it out the window in favor of always giving the player what they need at a certain amount of time. And in a sense, that can be considered consistent. It's like, oh, if I'm low health, I pop a box, it'll always be health. So that's consistent, but it's taking control out of the player's hands, and it's also babying them. And it's like the FPS equivalent of fucking smart pathing in Starcraft 2 or something, where it's like, it's trying to reduce the skill floor so that more players can play, without accounting for the fact that it's also reducing the skill ceiling, so it's harder to differentiate between better players. Like, if a better player knew a map and knew that there was a box that had, you know, supply X instead of supply Y, and then it adapted to supply Y because he needed supply Y, but he was counting on supply X being there, he can't express his skill at knowing that supply X is going to be there because it's always changed. So, like, that's a situation where you're actually punishing players for being good at the game, or you're not really punishing them, but you're reducing the opportunity that they have to demonstrate that they are better at the game than noobs, basically. And so that's a big problem, in my opinion. As far as, like, keys and secrets, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to have, but I don't think it was used very well at all in Wolfenstein. Like, the thing is, you just find a key, and then you've got the ability to unlock a door. And that usually just involves backtracking. The only reason why it wasn't infuriating is because I had the FPS equivalent of the AI debug plugin and the game speed set to, 200% faster than normal or whatever, like I did in Life of a Marine, just because I moved so fast, right? And like, that's the only reason why the backtracking was not as intolerable as it would have been. It was still pretty bad because the maps were maze-like. And so anytime I had to actually navigate my way out of it, I had to just constantly zoom in between the map and the game. And the map didn't even come with the game initially. So that's just something that is the result of a source port. So that's terrible. And so the keys were not used in an intelligent way. I think you could, in theory, make it so that you have keys and they are consumable. And so you pick which doors you want to unlock. You'd, of course, run into some situations where maybe the keys are all used up by the time the player gets to the end. But then you just make it so that in order to win, they don't need to use any keys. And keys are purely for secrets or for optional things. I also think that secrets are used really poorly in Wolfenstein, where it's just you pushing switches or like wall switches or whatever. Yeah, sometimes they had some logic associated with them, where there would always be a painting or something in the middle of the map or middle of a wall. Like, okay, sure, there was some logic to some of them, not to all of them. Some of them were just random. But it still doesn't really feel like you're accomplishing anything by finding that secret, especially when I was just ramming against the wall and mashing E, or holding spacebar rather. So that was really dumb. Like, it's not testing the player's skill, it's just testing their ability to not fall asleep while playing your game, basically. So that's a big problem that I have with the Wolfenstein way of doing things, as far as that bit is concerned. Yeah, I think level design, like, one of the things that Doom 2016 did, and I think they do this in the older Doom games as well, is they made the keys more distinct, so there was like a red, blue, yellow, or what, like they were color-coded, basically. And the keys were skulls, I think. I know in Doom 2016 they had skulls and key cards, and the key cards were for like before you go into hell, and then the skulls were for hell. And that was like very gamified. That was very much of a gameplay system, right? It wasn't really immersive or whatever, but it doesn't have to be. You just know instinctively that, oh, this game is like this element is for this use, and that's fine. I just feel like a lot of things could have been done better in many situations. Anything that involves backtracking should be like, one of the things that I'm very surprised I've never encountered in any FPS game is meaningful backtracking. Like, in an RTS, you meaningfully backtrack throughout a lot of stuff because the whole map is used simultaneously, or a significant portion of it is used simultaneously because you got AI. But you never have a situation where AI are navigating through a level, just like you're navigating through a level. And then when you backtrack to do something, you have some objective that you can do. Like killing the AI actually has a result instead of it just being grind, right? Now in Wolfenstein, it's like a 3D arcade game, or it's an early arcade game. So the goal was to have as much score as possible, which meant like combination of low time and maxing out, killing all of the enemies, and finding all the treasure and secrets. And so sure, that's something. But in modern games, and in games that came after Wolfenstein but would not be considered modern anymore, you still don't ever see FPS games with meaningful backtracking. Like, you still don't see anything that you can do. It's not a believable world at all. And they're trying to be immersive. But there's never a point in, like, Half-Life 2, for example, or any of the Half-Life games, including Black Mesa, where you had to go back to a certain area, and it was meaningful in that way. Because enemies had navigated through the area, and killing them actually led to something. It's like enemies just end up being grind and not actually useful for anything. It's like killing the enemy doesn't serve your ultimate goal of killing the enemy's base, like in an RTS, right? The RTS equivalent of this is like, I defeat his army in this section, and then I can take map control, and then eventually, if I do that enough times, I can eventually kill him. And like, that's the gameplay loop. Is like I could just remove all of his map control, therefore destroying all of his structures, therefore winning. And that's like how you win a melee game. That's the RTS gameplay loop, fundamentally, is taking map control and wresting it from his control, from your opponent's control, and then eventually defeating them. And that's fine. I don't see any problem with that. But in FPS games, it's just like crossing an invisible barrier or an invisible finish line, right? Like, to transition into the next stage. And that never feels as as a result, that it's not significant to kill enemies to get there unless they're artificially blocking your path, like a boss or an arena that locks down, like in Doom, where it stops you from progressing and you've got to shoot all the enemies. And then when all the enemies are dead, you can leave. Like, in those situations, it's artificially locking you in, so you can't continue to try to win by crossing an invisible finish line until you've defeated all the enemies by shooting. And at that point, it's like that is a glorified QuickTime event. And so I feel like most shooters have it fundamentally wrong, where they don't give the player enough of a motivation to actually do anything in the game, especially engaging with the basic idea of the game, which is shooting enemies. Like, they just don't provide enough reason for that to happen. They force the player to do it in arena shooters and stuff. Like, they force the player to do that in that sense, but otherwise there's not really much of a reason to do it, right? Like if you take away what's forcing you to stop and shoot the enemies, which is like the fucked up shooter version of stopping and smelling the flowers. If you take away what's forcing you to do that, then there's no incentive that's like guiding you in that direction based on the natural flow of the game state and the game's events and the gameplay loop. Like in an RTS, in theory, you're not forced to kill enemy units, right? Like, you can choose to move your units away or spin or whatever, but you want to kill the enemy units because it results in you eventually getting more map control, which results in you eventually winning if you do that enough times and you do it well. And of course, it's super deep. Like, you can go super deep in killing enemy units because that you need to find the right composition to kill the enemy's units, and you need to micro them well, and you need to get upgrades and tech, and you need to get enough resources so you can build enough units to kill the enemy's units. And so, like, there's so much that you can build around that concept, but ultimately it's killing the enemy's units because that's what your foundational mechanic is, or your foundational gameplay loop. And in shooters, it's just like running around until you find an enemy and shooting them, but you don't need to. Like, there's no reason for you to have to do that. There's nothing reinforcing you. It's just survival is like the only reason why. And that's a good enough reason on its face, I guess, but not really. Like, not in a broader scope of interpreting games. So I just feel like FPSs get it all wrong all the time from a foundational mechanic, like a foundational standpoint. Right, yeah, you're forced to shoot enemies to prevent HP loss, but that's like the only reason why you would want to. Unless the game artificially stops you from progressing until you kill enemies. But again, that's artificial. That's not an organic, like... Back when I played Prey, which is like a survival FPS game, sort of. Not, survival is like a misnomer in that game, but it's got some customization options and stuff. Basically, this kind of FPS game is... I thought it was neat. The premise was neat. Like, when you actually get into the gameplay, it's kind of surface level. There's not really much depth to it, unfortunately. But if they made it so that the AI was spreading around the vessel that you were on, and they were actually trying to do something, like they had an overarching agenda, and they were carrying that agenda out, that would be great. That would be so nice compared to what we ended up getting. Instead, we ended up getting just a bunch of static enemies. And like in BioShock and all those games, you don't get anything. You get like enemies that respawn in these rooms, but it's not organic, right? It's not like the enemies navigated to those rooms from somewhere else in the vessel or in the environment. And so that's like my biggest gripe, is that nothing feels natural, nothing feels like earned in that sense. Well, there was a Windows 10 bug that Balethal had where if you have to run your game twice in order to actually get it to start. Like, run Starcraft twice in order to get it to start. Otherwise, it might be Windows Defender killing your EXE. Otherwise, I have no idea. If the process is not automatically terminating, then I would say, like, or rather, if the process is automatically terminating, I would say maybe you've got a crash or something insane at the start, but that'd be pretty rare. I guess ask in Noob War and see if there's anybody who understands what might be happening. I can't immediately think of anything that would be the cause of that, though. Alright, I've gabbed enough so far, I think. Time to, get some more work done. Nice. Right, so terminate the process, restart the mod, and then when you see the process appear in your trees, try to start the mod a second time and see what happens. Because Balethal had the same issue, I think. Although I think it was for everything, including vanilla StarCraft, but I don't really 100% remember. Oh, what happened? So it was just terminating on startup, basically. Process was just not killing itself when it should have. Fuck you, SCM, you piece of shit. I'm gonna see what I can do as far as... I think that's the high... Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure that was the high stuff. Okay. Well, obviously, I would definitely want to add, what's it called? The ability to place tiles, other isometric tiles. That would be nice right about now. I think the biggest thing, though, I mean, isometric tiles would be nice to have, but being able to automate the base layout stuff through the editor would be so much better. Like incorporating the AI editor into the actual map editor. So that the AIs were packaged with the map itself on a script, like instead of having to be in the mod, the AIs would be map specific in theory, and you could like export the map files and put them into another map if you wanted to, or you could basically reference the AI files from another map in theory or something like that. But. And if you're talking about complete fantasies, I would also be including stuff like the what's it called? The map, like a campaign editor type thing where you can select, like you can set up a single player campaign screen within the map editor, and then you could link maps together and be like, I mean, we can use the MTL campaign utility that Nave made a while ago to do single player campaigns. Like that's what I'll be doing for Inconsummate, so it's not going into play custom. But it would be nice to be able to just have that functionality out of the box. Would definitely be epic. I still need to do a lot of changes to this map in general, but I think I've removed all of the ancillary bases. I'm going to quickly open up Vizergo 1, because I need to check what my resource breakpoints were. I see 200, 600. And then... oh, apparently I never fixed this one. You, actually. You. I'm pretty sure it was 600, 1000, 1500, and 200 were the different points that I had. Trying to make sure that 1,000 isn't something I just made up, though.
You know.
Yeah, 1,000. Okay. And then I think the gas was 200, 2,000, 5,000, and 8,000 were the different ones that I had in mind. The player... Oh, by the way, Connor, you asked earlier, why does the player have 5k gas in their natural? It's because that base is really difficult to hold. What's up, Nanamchin? Well, I'm making a co-op map right now as part of my Hydra, but it's not really out there yet. If you want to play the current version of Hydra, V-Zergo 1, you can grab it from... there's a link in the description that will take you to the project page, and then there's a link at that page that will take you to the download page. So if you follow those two links, you'll be able to get it. But there's only one map right now. You can play it over 1.16.1. Over iCup or whatever. Otherwise, I don't really know that many co-op campaigns. I know there was a co-op map that UED Commander made using his alternate project series or whatever.
You know.
But that was for like 2 Maparinos ago or something. I don't really remember it now. There's pretty much only individual maps left. No full-blown campaigns, unless you want to suffer through like the really shitty campaign remake that people made on ModDB.
You know.
Yeah, there's supposed to be an add directory option, but it doesn't really work. Really, what would be nice is if you made it like LaTeX so that you can just drag and drop onto the program. As a matter of fact, maybe that's something that you can do, is like take PyMPQ for example, and then if we go to like a mod folder, hold on, Hydra mod, like I should just be able to do this. Like I open Beta Hydra and then drag and drop on here, and then it'll ask me for a window or whatever, like a prefix, and I would type ARR. I think that would be way better than what we have to deal with now. But I don't know how difficult that is to actually implement. So. Oh. But I also think that, yes, that is a good idea, generally speaking. Well, I already told you about one of them. Mine. But otherwise... Like I said, I don't know where you can even... Oh, actually, I think I do know where you might be able to find one of them. The one that I was talking about from good old UED Commander. That one should be in a mega repo that I put together a while ago. Just hold on a second, I'll see if I can find it. Actually, I don't remember. Oh, maybe it was map craft? No, I don't think so. That was not the case. No, that wasn't it. Oh, it's probably in my old remastered folder. I don't even know if I still have that lying around anywhere. I think this is it, but it probably is remastered only. Yeah, it is. So I guess I can't give that one out. Well, there you go. That's the only one I got for you, sorry. No problem. Yeah, so basically the idea is like if you move around the map fast enough, you'll actually see these structures before they burn down, and so you'll have some idea of what the old stuff was. But also because of a change that I recently made to the iScripts, where it takes much longer for rubble to go away, that change actually means that you'll still have some semblance of understanding of what's going on where. You can't rescue these things. They're just derelict, so you have to blow them up. I was thinking of making a mechanic where if you repair a building to full HP, it becomes allied to you, but... like a neutral building or whatever, but that's a little too niche, I think. A little too gimmicky. Yeah, it's not a great idea in my opinion. Though I understand the desire for it. Because I too feel like there should be some reason why these structures are here from a gameplay standpoint, beyond just visual storytelling and that sort of thing. I mean, really, they're here because I wanted the ability for, I have to remove these. Yeah, they're here because I wanted the ability for the Zerg to infest some of these command centers that were lying around. But yeah, that's the other thing is, like, in order to make the mechanic feel grounded, I would have to make it so that neutral Terran buildings were in every map, and they will be in the first couple maps, but not in every map. So what will most likely happen is I'll just end up cutting down on the number of those structures. And we'll see where that goes. Like, I'll probably get rid of the well, what I'll probably do is set this up to like 20 health, 20% health. and it'll eventually burn down anyway, so that way is a little bit less of an obstruction once the player gets there. I mean, it's already pretty low on health, I guess, but I think that would be smarter in general to have stuff like that. And then, you know, we get other stuff that burns down. There's not really much of a reason for that depot to be there either, beyond like reminding the player that, hey, you can build depots all over this place, but that player shouldn't need to be reminded of that. Would Violet be overrun and I have to save him for Violet to survive? Well, Violet's now brass in terms of color. His name is Randall. That's George Randall, the character. He's really just going to hang on by the skin of his teeth, and eventually, yes, he will die if you don't help him. But yes, I would like to rework Infest Command Center, the ability to infest production structure and have it work against both Terran and Protoss. I don't think it's terrible if it doesn't work against Zerg. I honestly don't think it's terrible if it only works against Terrans either. It is not as fully realized as it could be, for sure, if it's race specific in its utility. But it's not the worst thing in the world, I don't think. I think it should be fine in theory. But it's oh, by defilers you must have meant queens. Queens are also a unit that are fairly niche. Hopefully in Hydra they're a little bit more widespread. And yes, all mods for Starcraft will create false positives in your antivirus because they use code injection to make the game run with the modified code. So it's always going to come up as a virus. It's safe for your PC. No problem. But it's always going to cause some issues. Oh, defilers for them to be useful. I see. Well, infested Terrans are pretty useful in Hydra by comparison. Well, if it does different things, then it's like 3 abilities instead of 1, which I'm not really a fan of either. I think the Death March passive for Infested Terrans is going to be pretty insane, honestly. They get up to double movement speed. Well, 50% increased movement speed, I think. Or what? Wait, is there a cap? I think maybe it is double. Hold on, let me see. They deal 150 less damage, but they gain increased movement speed based on missing life. Yeah, up to a cap of 50%. And when you've got Ensnare, the Infested Terrans will create it when they die or explode. Well, disabling the structure, it should be more than that. I think there should be something that it should just work consistently against all races by taking control of it and giving it to the player that infests it. I don't like the idea of it being distinct across the different races. Maybe I'll keep it at just barely enough life to survive. On the off chance that the Terrans get lazy and it does get infested. Because there's code to infest it, but... Or there will be. I also think, like, I am kind of worried about the infestation thing in this map just because it is kind of it. Like, it's definitely a gimmick in terms of the map itself, where you have the AI having access to neutral infested command centers that they can use to their advantage. This is a co-op map. Well, it's the whole remake of the whole campaign is to make it co-op, as well as to change a bunch of stuff. So this is a remake of the first two Terran missions, Wasteland and Backwater Station. I've combined the two because there's not really much of a reason to have a micro mission anymore. So you play as Raynor and the Magistrate. You can play solo or two-player. An AI will replace whoever is not there. And you're fighting a 3v3 against the Zerg. You got the Backwater Station commander as an ally. Right, yeah, exactly what Iquare said. It would be less of a gimmick if neutral stuff was more common. I think infesting neutral production structures would be more... I mean, all races would probably have to have some sort of mechanic that would impact with that. So you'd have to have, like, infest, and then the reclaim from the SCV, and then some Protoss-related thing as well to subjugate them. Yeah, we're all a fan of macro missions, that's for sure. That's why there's no micro missions left in the new version. All of the micro missions are being changed to macro. Alright, what other layout changes do I need to make? I'm sure there's some stuff. I still have to convert all these resources, but... let's do that kind. I'm gonna add another low yield geyser over here. And then over here. Oh, wow, there's a lot of mineral onlys in this map. I was not expecting that. It's not quite a masterpiece, my friend. It is terrible. I think I don't remember how many times I had to cheat in that campaign. That was a disaster, though. What did Ultralisk say? Macro missions. Until hero units are introduced to carry the game. What are you... You Warcraft 3 in me, boy? I will destroy you. Oh, actually, Veek, they have the ability to warp out their assimilators. Or they will eventually. So that isn't a bad idea, actually.
We can't.
Well, I'm actually increasing the number of minerals in each expansion. I'm just also then reducing the number of mineral fields in some bases, not all of them. In some cases, I'm adding them. Other cases, they stay the same. I'm also standardizing them in general. So, like, you've got 600, 1,000, 1,500, and then 200 is the smallest that I'll do.
I was designed like this because you people are more comfortable interacting with your own.
I did delete a number of expansions because the map ended up feeling too cramped. I'm also reducing the number of mineral-only expansions because you need gas. Thinking about enabling wraiths and transports in this mission for the Terrans. I don't see anything wrong with that on a conceptual level, anyway. Yeah, there's not a... I try to make the map a little bit more open in general. This map has existed for like a year now in various different states. It used to be smaller. There used to be more or less build space. I opened it up recently so that there's more build space. That's what I was mostly doing today. I don't think Flame Knives has many openings. I don't think you can do anything in Flame Knives, actually. It's all micro. Simplify the cliff a little bit. Ah, that's fine. I don't mind that. I'll add like a 2K geyser down here. Yeah, good luck SimCitying in that map. I think SimCitying should work fine in New Hydra though, which is nice. I like that there's room for the melee experience to be useful for people. And yes, I think there should definitely be some changes to farms timing. I don't know exactly what the changes would result in, but hello, blind for hire. Yeah, I would recommend you sleep. Sleep is actually pretty important, you know. But welcome to the stream anyway. Oh yeah, I have water. I don't remember where all of my mud micro blends are. They're lying around somewhere. I'll try and find them where I can. I don't remember where they are. Oh, I found... No, that's for jungle, not asphalt. Fuck. Where could it be? What the fuck is that? That's a prank. Alright, time to, open this. So I know I used... Yeah, here they are. Oh, okay, so they're... Found them. What even is that tile? Well, whatever, I'll figure that one out later. That's not that important. Oh, I see what happened here. Oh, this is a disaster. This isn't even aligned. Hold on. Yeah. Exactly. Wait, what? What even happened over here? Okay. Now we have something sensible, maybe. But yeah, it's not aligned to the same thing. So. As in, when you're playing the game, when should you cut workers? Is that what you're saying?
This microscopic invader breaks into a cell. It liberates its genetic material and reproduces in the cell nucleus. The virus thus transforms the cell into a factory capable of producing thousands of copies of itself.
I think so. But, I mean, obviously it's a case-by-case basis. Depends on the map and all that. Well, I think you can expand way sooner with Zerg. But... Uh-oh. I did something incorrect. There we go. Figured it out. I just came in to get my bike fixed. Okay. That is pretty psychotic, Vicky. It seems like you got some serious A's configuration issues. Well, at least you're the guinea pig, and we'll be able to figure out what's wrong with it later, ideally. And yeah, it was definitely a long story, that's for sure. I started working with this game probably when I was 4 years old. I started playing it because that's when I was 4 when it came out. So that happened, and then there was something else that went down where like I found, obviously, like I think I was in first grade, and a buddy of mine also had Starcraft, or a classmate of mine anyway. I didn't really know him that well, but he had Starcraft, and he told me how to activate the location layer. And I was like, oh shit, there's layers? I mean, obviously I didn't say shit, I was in first grade, but I was like, oh wow, there's layers, holy fuck. I didn't say holy fuck either, but you get the idea. He's a better noob, I like that. I don't think anybody here in my server plays ranked anymore because Remastered is so terrible. Anyway, that started me working on campaign maps, and then eventually I started modding and a bunch of other stuff. But it was just like the natural progression. Because there were people out there who were doing like full voice acted campaigns with mods and stuff, and I was like, oh, I want to do that too, and I want to do it better than they did. And eventually, here I am. Alright, I definitely also need to do ones for this. So I gotta restart Photoshop now. Oh shit, I forgot to hide units. I don't think it matters for this one. Hopefully. Yeah, it will not. Wait, what? Oh. It is a game for little babies. All right. Time to add all these tiles. You try to Google an A's command? That's funny. Is that like you're just instinctively trying to search something? And it doesn't work? People are having fun. Reading some shitty Starcraft 2 design document. My heart goes out to them. Where's my VTurn 01, motherfucker? There it is. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Boom. Alright, we've done that. Significantly updated this map. Now I shall BRB. Hi. I've returned. And I found some food while I was out there using the bath. It was not in the bath, but it was within reach. Hey. You guys remember the good old days when I used to stream for 14 hours? It's too bad coronavirus didn't let me stream for 14 hours. Fucking ripoff. Yeah, I'm in the East Coast United States. Right now it's 12 o'clock. What do you mean? Because I work. Yeah, I don't really recall what the fuck that was, like the genesis of that, but I think it was pretty funny at least. Well, no, like Connor, most people don't have to work anymore for a while at least, or they're like not allowed to, and so my comment was that unfortunately I still have to. But it's okay. I'm a big boy. Also, nice to see you got your channel back. I keep forgetting that you ever lost it, honestly. It's so insane that you lost it for so long. For no fucking reason. It's because YouTube is completely incompetent. looking around for other areas to change. I think I'll open that area up for building. See if there's anything else that catches my eye. Oh, okay. They didn't list a reason why? I don't even get that because they're hurting themselves more than they're hurting you. They make money off of every transaction that happens. They're just stopping themselves from getting money from people. Brilliant business strategy. Well, that should make things a little bit easier to move around within. I like this little strip here. I always thought this was a nice touch because it's sort of something that the brass player in the middle can take care of if they want to set up shop over there and start defending it. And they do eventually. But it's also like more of it, it's something that they can take as an extension of their map controller or whatever. So I don't know. I think that's interesting. I was also thinking that maybe they would want to extend downward and start building some production structures down here. Not a whole lot of space for that. I could open up the rocky ground or like minimize it, something like this. Would be fine as well. Uploading people's games without permission. But their games aren't, it's not like their games are their intellectual property, so why would that be a copyright issue? Or was it? I don't understand. Wouldn't it just fall under fair use? Well, I guess you're not doing commentary over it or whatever, but... yeah, I guess I don't know how that would work out, but... I guess if you're taking it from their streams, then yeah. Because their streams are their property. Oh. Well, if you have proof that they gave you permission, then yeah, there's no reason for that. But you shouldn't even necessarily need to provide it. I agree with what you're saying. Definitely doesn't make any sense. I canceled my whole AdSense account like years ago because it just didn't. I hate ads, man. I just hate them. I think they're almost always lazy, and they're just. It's like such a terrible thing that they've done to the internet in general. If you want to make money, you really should just charge people for a product, and then the onus is on you to make sure that that product is worth charging. But instead they went the advertiser model. Yes, I agree. We should. I don't know when that would happen at all, but I agree with the principle. See you later, Nanim. Thanks for hanging out. Be doing this every day, so feel free to tune in tomorrow. Well, iQuare already plans on adding the ability for MapQuare to load base layouts to the AI script based on shit that you define inside the map. Like, basically, there'd be a secondary unit layer that you would place that would be base layouted, and it would have its own properties, probably. So, like, when you select the unit itself, you'd be able to dictate what its priority was and what town it belongs to. And so, by default, it would be current town, whatever the coordinates were, quantity 1, you know, stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that's how you'd how that's going to go down anyway. So it would be like if you double click a unit in SEM draft, except the properties, when the unit properties here would be like layout properties or AI properties or something. So that'll be really nice when we get around to having that at our disposal. Pretty sure this academy used to be over in that exact spot before, somewhere in that region anyway. At some other point. Strange how it wound up back over there. Alright, I think I've refactored general areas of the map enough. It's about that time to start working on the rest of this junk. Aw, man. Alright, well, it's better than what we were dealing with. Oh wait, I was supposed to do it the other way. Copy all this.
also seem to slow down. First thing that I noticed was the intensification of the colours in the environment, which is another way of saying, I think, the increased acuteness of perception data. Then time also seemed to slow down.
All right.
Then time also seemed to slow down.
Oh, I have a bunch of clip doodads scattered around somewhere that I can probably make use of. I think that's... I think the ones I'm actually looking for are up here, though. Yeah. Nice. Looking better. Okay. We're good there. Just want to make sure there's no height out of place. What the fuck is that? Oh. Oh. Yeah, I vaguely recall having to fix this earlier, but apparently it needs fixing again. Where's this in? This is below the jungle ramps. Something happened here, and I'm not sure what it was. It's okay, I'll just fix it up now.
live the life of sin.
Okay. In theory, that should fix things right up. Just going to null these tiles. And we should be good to paste that around. Oh, wait. I just realized. No wonder those are fucked up. It's not even the right fucking tile. That whole time I was editing something that was like not even the right one. God damn it. Wait, what? Are those like that because of sprites or something? Who knows? Alright, bye. That's done. At least, I guess I fixed the other one even though I didn't need to. Whatever. Oh, here's one. Wait, where am I? That's easy to fix. Now what else? Easy. All right, cool. So I guess the question now is, like, which AI do I want to start working within? I'm not 100% convinced that the stuff that I've done so far is, like, quote-unquote final or whatever, but probably pretty close at this point. As far as the level design changes are concerned. Who's white? Oh, you're talking about Arak, yeah. Silver Pink. Arak is a pretty cool guy. He likes to build a 10,000 sunken colonies. In fact, he might want to get a fast layer just so that he can spread creep faster. But yeah, this AI is one of those AIs that's like, its goal is to sunken push the players. I mean, at this point, I don't really have that much time to fuck around, so I'm probably going to spend most of my time with base layouts or whatever, but... Dude, why does that keep happening? That is very strange. What the fuck? Very strange. There's strange things happening down there. Alright. I should also get rid of all of the locations on the map, to be honest. Just so I can start fresh, not worry about whatever the fuck my old location logic was. Ping. Oh wait, actually. It's player 6, player 5. Oh, I see. Wait. Is player 4 going to be the, or player 3 is going to be the observer, I guess, for debug? I don't know why the fuck I did all that, but alright. Well, I definitely think that there's more opportunity for movement and maneuverability and all that other junk in this map. In this area of the map, but in the map in general. I'm mostly staying away from the cliffs so that we get less tank responses. But I think after a certain point, he should even build the bottom 3 over there. My idea is that the more he's able to do stuff like that, the obviously like the more pressure he'll be able to put on in theory. Like, I want this guy to eventually build basilisks and then borrow them over here so he can build colonies. But we don't really have good AI controls for that yet, so... Well, just imagine this being your first introduction into Hydra. You're like, oh, I'll play this fun co-op campaign. Oh my god, he's building sunken colonies in my mineral line. What the fuck? You know, just your everyday or normal everyday average campaign right there. Nothing to see here, guys. This is going to be an AI that's exceptionally difficult to leave alone. He's pretty close to both players, though, so you should be able to rush him down in theory, but it's going to be obnoxious. Oh my god, he's expanding in my base. Man, if people still think that AI aren't going to expand and then when they get to Hydra, they are in for a rude fucking awakening. Holy shit. I didn't think about that until just now. Imagine an AI that rushes structured carapace. Imagine the insanity that would spawn from such silliness. Yeah, madness. Madness is right. Yeah, I think so too, actually. I think it's that and then, like, melee. so that their Zerglings can also help. Maybe that, or maybe structure Carapace and then normal Carapace and then melee. That'll probably be it. Well, he has to rush to lair in order to get access to structure Carapace, so it will actually be normal Carapace, but then structure Carapace. Because I do think he's gonna fast lair it. He's gonna go fast lair, one base lair into like structure Carapace, and then colony his way to victory. He will take this base, but that'll be for later. Oh, apparently I never finished erasing all that. That's pretty funny. Yes. I agree, it makes sense. It's just also ridiculous. Once he hits Hive Tech, good luck stopping him, though, because, like, you spread creep so fast at Hive Tech that it doesn't even matter. Just imagine that minimap being in a real game. Yeah, no kidding. So that's good, I think. Obviously, where possible, he'll nab that base. Pretty difficult to keep that one, I think, unless he's completely destroyed the Magistrate, though, because there's so many tank spots you can take for that. What a nice boy. I don't even want to know how many Sunkens and Spores this is going to total up to be. Mostly Sunkens. Oh, it's going to be like hundreds in the main. Psychotic. Well, I'll probably separate them out into individual towns. I'm thinking something to the effect of like... I'll probably end up using add build. On a loop for each one. So the logic will look like add sunk. Be like So I'm not sure actually which will be what, but I think we'll have these different tendrils, basically. So the main will probably just be something like here, here. It'll probably be everything in here. The main, yeah, the main will be limited, I think, to this. We can do something like that as well. So that means that we can take this, make it and then down here it would be B. So in this case, we only have 3 areas where we need to worry about. Yes, exactly, Icor. So many songs. That would be nice. Though with hat build, it's not as simple as it seems. I don't think, but well, I guess it kind of is because you're just restricting it to morph only in a certain area. So anyway, this is A. Let's take out A. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 12, 2 of which are spores, which means build, survive, sunken, colony, 1, 10. I will. I definitely need to. I will need it for this map and for a lot of other maps that base layout morph stuff, as well as obviously for add-ons. But morphs for Protoss and Zerg and add-ons for Terran. Then we'll be in business. Well, the hatcheries aren't going to be part of this. They're going to be part of the main. So the hatchery, the other hatcheries are just there for the. They're not really there for any particular reason. It's 22 sunkens. The other thing I'm going to need is a way to tell the AI to wait for creep. So before building, wait for creep. Stuff like that. Sunken should be E, not N. I don't think it's N. I just picked stuff that's much more convenient to press. U is on the right side of the keyboard, so it's not easy to press at all. Eventually there will be customizable hotkeys, so it won't matter. Mutalisk is T because it's easier to press T than U as well. Or M, or whatever it was originally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Okay, so shit. 16, 17, 18, 19. So it's 19. Well, yeah, I mean, you've got muscle memory of playing the game forever, so that would make sense. When you built destroyers. Oh no. What a dumb name the destroyer is. Yeah, Devourer is also dumb. And yes, there are primal destroyers. I mean, I think every action verb name in Starcraft is dumb. In general, it's dumb. Defiler, dumb. Devourer, dumb. Lurker, dumb. Even Guardian and what's the other one? I think Guardian is really silly too. The unit's not even a defensive unit, really. It doesn't even live up to its namesake, and it's very boring. I think so. I don't know. I told the AI they should get it, but I may have forgotten to actually enable it. So hold on, let me see. No, I think I did. Yeah, that Greater Spire is enabled, and Guardian is enabled. Yeah. So there's 8 hatcheries? Yes. I guess in theory I could do something like 9 down here. So. Well, Guardians obviously are better suited to deal with the Terran threat than the Muta threat. I mean, Mutas are less effective against what the Terran arsenal will end up having. It seems like when I revise Scarlet's script, I'm going to need to have him get science vessels out faster, which will be useful against pretty much any Zerg composition, because, I mean, all they have is Irradiate now. They probably need some sort of passive or some other tool in their toolbox besides the upgrade to activate EMP, which is not going to be very useful for a Zerg anyway, against Zerg. But they start with Irradiate already researched now. So... yeah, there are High Templar. They mostly are used to hallucinate Reavers and carriers with ephemeral blades. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, they will eventually get Storm, but it's very, very late game for sure. Were you able to figure out what was wrong with Vxa's, by the way, Iquar? Was it something that I fucked up when I distributed it, or... I think there were 11 in the main. What I recall. Take it easy, Connor. Thanks for hanging out. Wait, what happened? Did I get blocked? Oh, wait. No, I didn't. You're just signing off. Stay safe, you know, all that. Okay. That's done. We're good. All right, I think we're about done. I will catch you guys another time. Done a nice bit of work on the. I mean, we've done the build thread. Surprisingly enough, we've done the build thread for the main already, using this weird function-based system that I've got. I'm gonna try to find a way to condense all this stuff with the tech. Like, maybe I can turn this system of calls and all that. Maybe I can turn that into its own thread that will be like something like add tech. Something like this. And then the main can call this, but also some expansions will be able to, in theory. I don't know how it'll work out exactly, but that's one way to do it. And then what else is there? I guess all this stuff should be put above this in here. Should put this down here. I don't think we'll see greater spires in this mission, so or no guardian roosts. Alright, well we've got defenses and upgrades, and I guess we'll do attacks. I mean, max. Okay. And we've got the upgrade skeleton anyway. We'll take care of that later on, flesh it out later. And then after that, it's just expansions, staging, which we've already done the defense threads, tower threads for the staging, the 3 staging tendrils. And then the one thing that we will have to do is like force an expansion, which is going to be pretty small if that ends up happening that way. Whereas, I think we'll do the same thing that we did in V-Zergo 1 with Scarlet, where Scarlet will take an expansion and just build the command center and like 2 missile turrets or something, and then do nothing else. That same thing is going to happen over here, where if the staging is successful for town staging B, which is this tendril down here, what you'll end up seeing is the hatchery will go down, and then they'll build 3 colonies, 2 of which are sunkens, 1 of which is a spore, and that'll be it. That's all they do. Maybe they'll add like more hatcheries over here or something. I don't know. I don't know what the case will be with the hatchery count, but at least that'll be like the basis. And then otherwise, if they take that base normally, they'll just use it as if it were a generic expansion, so it won't be that big of a deal. Then over here, the same thing will happen over here. So, should be fairly straightforward there. And should be really easy to pop in their stuff over here. Like if I do add spore south, we'll do add and then down here, add sunk south. Yeah, so that's fairly straightforward in that sense. Obviously, that means that the random expansion can't use this same logic, because the random expansion will be in the same area. Like, it'll be in the same, what's it called? It'll be the same res area, so I'm just going to have to manually code in the colonies in that sense, which is super easy. It's like a one-time thing. But that's fine. I guess the alternative would be I would be able to set a specific ID for Spore South, for the South expansion if it was done through the staging, and then I could have both, which I might end up doing anyway because that might be simpler. Like otherwise we can do like build 2.51 create colony. Alright, we can do something like this. Sunk. Right? In this case, I think it'll be the same sort of deal. It'll be... Oh, actually, I think I counted those in the initial area. So I'll have to undo that. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have 21, and 1, 2, 3, 4 of those are spores. So... Okay, easy enough. There's 3 there. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, honestly, to say I made way more progress than I thought was going to happen, but I have to go to work pretty soon. Like in an hour, I have to leave, so I'm going to take that hour and chill. And maybe I'll get a little bit more work done or something before, but otherwise, see me back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow and do even more work on this. Finish this AI, get them tested, deployed and all that. And that'll be it. So, stay safe. Have a good time. See you tomorrow. Bye.